2022. Let's begin by inviting our next chairperson, Madam Azalina binti Azmi. Madam Azalina, the floor is yours.
Testing. Thank you to the MC. Assalamu alaikum and good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and fellow participants. Welcome to the second day of International Conference on Educational Research and Innovation 2023, iCERI 2023. Once again, it is an honor for me to be your chairperson for this session. Before we begin, allow me to introduce our fourth featured speaker. She is Madam Raki Mukherjee from the Utal Sangvi Global School and PPS International Junior College. The title of her presentation is Learner-Centeredness. Madam Raki Mukherjee holds 2 master degrees and has been an educationist for over 2 decades. Since 2015, she has been the principal of Upal Sangvi Global School and PPS International Junior College, ranked among the best schools in Mumbai with a high commendation for quality of students, learning and achievement, alongside holistic development. PPS IJC graduates
So big round of applause for all of you. You are here to learn. The intent is right. So I'm sure you're going to make a difference, right, Madam Anise? I am indeed all my gratitude to Madam Anise and the organizers because they are making me talk or do what I love to do. I love to talk about my school. I love to talk about my parents, my teachers, and most importantly, my student community. So friends, here I am to share my story, my school, our success story, and I understand I believe in a lot of collaborative spaces. I'm here to give you some success mantras which work for you, us, may not work necessarily for all of you, but at least some insights, some power can be taken from this presentation. So here I am presenting the story of Utpal Sangvi Global School and PPS International Junior College. A little about my school. I would want to play a video to show you how exactly my school looks like and what exactly my student community does.
Nurturing excellence since 1982. Nurturing excellence since 1982. The very pace and unpredictability of change implies that we are not going to be able to predict the skills that people will need in 20 years. At Utpal Sangvi Global School and Prabhavati Padamshi Soni International Junior College, we aim to equip students with transferable skills and creative thinking in their pursuit of excellence. The management's futuristic vision and holistic outlook drives the culture of excellence. Our children are the future leaders. We are training them to be confident. We at USGS and PPSIJC embed 21st century skills such as creativity, collaboration, problem solving, research, critical thinking, and communication in various aspects of the curriculum. Jobs for life are gone. Education sector must adapt in line with this shift and reflect that the essential in-demand skills of the future will be very different from what has been taught in the past. USGS and PPSIJC students are leaving their footprints at renowned universities across the globe. PPSIJC class of 2022 has earned scholarships valued at more than 2 crores.
Like this, I have been expressing my opinion in the Cambridge blog and the various blogs. Investing in the educator, investing in the right skills to manage the dynamics of the current student generation is very, very important. Has made a difference. So as I share my journey from a very small 2-story building, which was Utpal Sangvi School, to what it has become today, Utpal Sangvi Global School and PPS International Junior College. There has been a lot of hurdles, okay? There has been, success stories as well as set is number one, a very strong and a steady leadership, strong motivators, that's our student community, and at the same time, we have certain traits or certain rules that we follow, which we very, very, proudly call our key differentiators. And today here I am to share our key differentiators with this wonderful forum. So the first key differentiators, every initiative that we take, it has very, very clear achievable goals. We know where we want to reach, and we have a very well-defined action plan to reach out there. I'll give you a few examples. So we have a few initiatives we have taken and where we have reached. We began a state board curriculum in 1982 And from the very first year, we've been getting 100% results. We introduced computers to the whole student community in 1999, and within introduce the state-of-the-art audio-visual department. Now, this is very interesting. We run live news channels. Students themselves manage the show every day during the lunch break. They finish their lunch. If it's a 15-minute break, in 10 minutes, they would quickly finish their bite. And the next 5 minutes, they would go up to the audio-visual department and run the news channels. There is live broadcasting, there is edutainment, and we also make films. And our films have gone to the level of being awarded from the Government of India, the Ministry of Earth Sciences. We introduced Cambridge in 2005, progressively the PPS, that's the A level in 2008, and till date, we have a legacy of getting the maximum number of world toppers in India toppers in the country. In 21, embracing technology big time, we introduced the Innovation Hub, where we have the STREAM program, we have coding, we have your product design, development, electronics, and we already, within 2 years, we have been getting the Olympiads at the World Robotic Competition. 21, we actually procured a partner school, and within the first few months after procuring, after having our systems and processes seeped into the new school, our admissions have gone up by 25%. In 22, we launched the IB PYP program, and we have got it as an instant hit. This year, we also launched the IB nursery program, that's in 2023. So our next key differentiator is we are very mindful that change is the only thing which is constant. We need to evolve with time. So we believe that every institution, every management, every leader should have a futuristic mindset. We need to constantly evolve with times, with the current educational trends and the educational space. Stagnancy is death for us. So a few examples of what we have been doing in the past and how we have evolved in the present times in context to the various competitions that we hold for our students. So in the past, if we would have a food decoration or a salad decoration competition, today we are running master chef competitions in the campus. In the past, if we had flat handwriting, today we are doing creative writing. If we had art and craft, today we are doing entrepreneurship, logo designing, robotics, and various other competitions. If we ran flat allocations in the past, today we give them no flat allocations, no predefined topics. We are doing just a minute, the jam sessions with the students. Poetry and recitation has evolved to radio jockey kind of competitions. Storytelling, students are very creative. We are encouraging them to do blogs, but we are proposing, because blogs get into social media and they do not go, we don't want our student community to go wrong in social media. So right now we are proposing this, but we are going to be, moderating it as well. We firmly believe that if you need the student community to make a difference, of course, you embrace technology, you embrace AI, but more importantly, we need to invest on their human skills, because that is what is going to make the student community stay. That's what I spoke about, steady leadership. The person from whom I took over, the CEO, she had been running the show for the past 32 years. I am in leadership for the past 15 years and heading the institution for the past 7 years. The point I'm trying to drive is, if you need an institution, the leadership needs to be steady. We not have educators who are hop, skipping and jumping, because the institute starts thinking like you, right, Madam Anise? I see the dynamics in her, and when I have been interacting with every faculty of hers, I can see the same wavelength, the same thought process. So if we have school heads or the school, the directors out here, my humble appeal to all of you, please retain your leadership, take care of your leadership, because your leadership is going to run the show for you and none other. So our president, Mr. Jayesh Choksi, believes that innovation and research are the key drivers of the economy today. World Economics Forum speaks about investing greatly on skills, investing on just one skill, which is collaborative problem solving, can add to almost $2.54 trillion GDP. That's the power of skills. But problem solving is not enough. There are many avenues to it, which we as educators should be deeply looking into. Our most important key differentiator, we need to build strategic response capacity, capability amongst the key stakeholders. As an educational institution, who are our key stakeholders? Anyone from the audience? The key stakeholders to run the show? Good morning. Anyone from the audience? Who are your key stakeholders? Madam Anise, key stakeholders for you? The staff, the students, the parents. This trio, of course, the management is there to support, but your staff, your students and parents, these need to be well invested, well taken care of, well strategized to run the show. So most important for us, for me, are my student community. The whole show is totally student-led. So we have a 4-layer educational journey for all our 3,000 students. And the entire attempt is to make them future ready. For our teachers, our reflective practitioners, for you, we have a lot of strategy in place to help you balance the challenging curriculum, the dynamic student fraternity, to manage the parent pressure and many more. I will be sharing how we do it. And we believe that we need a village to raise a child. Without the support of the parent community, we cannot do anything. So we invest our energies to make a very strong and a cohesive, collaborative parent community. So first of my key stakeholders, that's my student community. What do we do with them? So we have our school right from early years to the A-levels. In the early years, we do a lot of experiential learning with the student community. There are learning corners. There's a lot of hands-on activity. That is how the information and the concepts are drilled down their system. With the primary years, we do a lot of creativity and concept building, because we personally believe that the base is strong, the tree grows well. So there's a lot of concrete concept building, but it's done to a lot of creativity. I'll share instances how we do. For the secondary years, we purposely pressurize the student community with a lot of activities, with a lot of inter-school, international kind of, exchange programs. So, and at the same time, we don't go light on the academics. So the balancing act is where my secondary students expertise. And of course, with the A-levels, you would know that A-levels is a very, very academically driven curriculum. But along with that, when we interview each and every candidate with the parent who's taking A-levels with us, and we tell them that if you are good, you are no good for A-levels only if you are academically good. If you have the bandwidth to manage pressure, you know that you need to do your profile building along with academics, then my door is open for you. And we are really very good with our A-levels. The moment we declare our admission window, within 15 days, we are totally blocked. So that is our A-level program. So this is my primary early years. If you see, there are these activity corner, there is maths happening over there is a science component happening over there. Then there is again patterns and shapes. Students are given exposure to a lot of concepts. So it's just not concept, but concept driven with a lot of activity-based learning for the primary years, early years rather. The primary years, that's grade 1 to 5, lot of concepts are drilled through creativity. I would want to talk about this particular activity where we were trying to teach them healthy lifestyle. And if we tell them flat that you need to cycle in the, go down in your building complex and cycle, if you, you need to eat right, they would tell us yes and then forget about it. So rather than that, we introduced the concept by showing a very crumpled and a fractured heart on the board. And the teacher just kept quiet for 2 minutes, and the students were very curious. They said the heart shouldn't be looking like this, it should be looking hale and hearty. So through the conversations and inquiry, teacher developed the base that you need to, need to remain healthy. Why the pumping of the blood in the right proportion, in the right density is required. The concepts were, dealt in a very question-answer inquiry-based method, and then the teacher asked the students, if this is what we need to do, you tell us what you are expected to do, and we gave them these kind of bandages. Can you see the student bandaging the heart? So these are the kind of bandages we gave them, and students came out and they had in their cute little handwriting, they wrote about, okay, I need to cycle every day, I need to laugh a lot, right? I need to eat right. So the apple which mama gives me in my tiffin and goes back home, today I'm going to eat it well. So that is how the students understood the concept. And we do not stop there. We have something called as coffee corner conversations. If you can see this part, where we get the parents also on the same page with us. And when the students are giving solution, you can see the parent also simultaneously doing it. So what we're doing in the school should not be undone at home. So that is how we are developing concepts. It takes time. And to be practical, it's not possible to do it for each and every activity, but some lessons can be dealt creatively like that. So trust me, if you teach a child, healthy eating habits with a crumpled heart, the child will never forget. The student will never forget the learning like this. So that is how creativity can be, put into your regular functioning, and it can be a beautiful story. The secondary years, so this is where my grade 6 to 10 standard, the senior years would come in. We do a lot of academic rigor at this phase. We introduced core subjects, and along with the core subjects, we also try to, introduce new age subjects. We have global perspective, which is a beautiful subject in Cambridge International Board. And we introduce this subject right from grade 1. It makes the child think. It makes the child very conscious of what's happening outside. Okay, so this is one subject we introduced. Financial wellness, of course, everybody should know how to handle money. Computer sciences, STEAM programs. So along with the basic core subjects, these are add-on subjects. So it is adding a little bit of a pressure, but how you deal with it is a different story. It doesn't necessarily need to pressurize the student community. But along with this, we have a very balanced way of exposing students to various competitions, because that is where the major skill building and the major pressure handling happens. How do you handle failure? You are into an inter-house competition and you have not been able to make it. How is it that, are you still having the bandwidth to sit there and clap for your friend? That's the kind of pressure building we do with the students. And the beauty of the system is it's just not a cohort of very intellectual students. We work on all our 3,000 students. So there are strategies where we would identify the gray areas of the learners, make them into a group, work towards their skills, so that every student who's moving out of a Palsami and PPS is going to create success stories. So these are the kind of competitions. You can see there's MasterChef happening, there's a debate and a quiz competition. That bit, that the girl who's standing straight, is technology. There is projection mapping happening from the top and students are witnessing them. Here they are performing in front of 4,000 audience. It's our annual program, which we very proudly call as Blitzing. Friends, this is very important. I have been, insisting on competitions, but when you send your students out for competitions, please ensure there is a bit of research skill involved. Just sending for a dance and drama today's time may be good, but may not be the best thing to happen. So when you are selecting competitions for the students, try to yourself first delve into it, understand what are the skills which are required, then identify the cohort of student community who is the right fit for it, and then is my time up or something? Mic is going off. Okay. Just an example of the kind of competitions we expose the students, and these are inter-school and international level competitions. You have Queen's Commonwealth SE competition by the UK. Here on the left side, students are publishing research papers with the Indian Journal, and these students are my 9th graders. Similarly, we also expose them to the 10th graders, right? So there's a lot of research skills where we allow them to select topics of their choice. We have the staff who would be guiding them how to do their research papers, but they are researching themselves, and they are getting awarded also. During our summer internship, summer break, we encourage our A levels to go into internships with universities. One of my students who's gone into the summer internship with Sulini University, Himachal Pradesh, was in a position to file a patent, and her product is patented by the government of India. That's the kind of exposure we're giving. Then, of course, you have STEM competition, India Innovation Challenge, University of Sydney. This is a competition which we have been winning for 2 successive years. I'll give you a example of the kind of research skills which get into these kind of competitions. Volume.
Audio. Playback audio.
Can I get some volume? My video has no volume. Doesn't matter, I think there's a problem with the volume. This particular competition we had sent, and we did a lot of research. The students went up to the ship, right? They are the concept which they were trying to establish is that you use hydrogen fuel instead of other gases, because that would challenge the environment. So they have got this kind of exposure. This is the real life kind of exposure we're saying. They got to the ship. They've actually gone and done a lot of research. They interviewed people, and they presented their theory, and they got the first prize for the University of Sydney competition. This is another important, before you see the competition, it was a hypothesis to establish. Okay, there's an app called GeoGebra, algebra app. So the hypothesis, can you use GeoGebra app to aid dancers, okay, the classical dancers, to get the right angles and the right postures. So my students have researched, and they have proved that through GeoGebra app, you can get the right kind of angles and guide the dancers. So it's a very interesting competition. Audio would have been lovely. So did you see how Max angles were so beautifully, used to establish the hypothesis, and they could prove a point out there. So they got the first prize for it. So we give a lot of importance at the senior grade to student-led competitions. So they are running a TEDx, a live TEDx platform. We invest our energies into Global Confluence Fund, Model United Nations. There you have pictures of summer internship. We have adopted a village in the interiors of Maharashtra. The Sustainable Development Program is what we call. And when we started this program, we invited interns from Oxford University to help us kickstart the program. And till date, our students have electrified the village. We have gone and implanted the water pumps over there, solar power over there, and the students go and do health camps and conduct classes and lots of other things that they do. This was the first year where we hosted the first edition of our inter-school fest. Now, why am I emphasizing on all this? These are all student-led initiatives. Staff do not get involved. Right from pitching the idea to the management that we need to do something like this and this is my idea, convincing the management, communicating with the vendors, getting the best deal on the table, right? Going and approaching the sponsors to sponsor the program. Now, these are the skill building components which we are, staff are only taking a back seat and guiding students. Yes, if they fall to be there to help you. But communicating, collaborating, this kind of skill development, which is the need of the hour, happens through these kind of activities. So I would urge you to please take that extra mile. It is a lot of work for the staff working beyond their school and college hours, but we do it because students matter to us. The third important factor are strategy developing reflective practitioners. It's very interesting that teaching profession is the only profession which contributes to the most, summing up any other profession. It's one single profession which needs to be well invested. So what we do for our teachers, you can see we have a PDQ center where there is an entire 1 year Cambridge International Diploma for Teachers and Learners. We are an authorized center to run this diploma program. Every new inductee who gets into the system has to compulsorily undergo this kind of a program, and that too within working with their work schedule. So they either come early in the morning for 2 hours or they wait back after school for 2 hours. We incentivize staff. We give them that extra, that extra bonus if they have to. And there's no if, they have to compulsorily undergo this training. So that's the PDQ. So this equips them to transact the Cambridge curriculum the way it needs to be done. Then of course we have a lot of Cambridge trainings because we are primarily a Cambridge board school, face-to-face and online trainings. We have motivational speakers. We were privileged to have Madam Anise come and address my staff. And I'm going to show you a picture of that, how every staff at the end of the day had a smile on their face. It was a very, very hectic day for them, but it made a difference. So learning is something which it needs to be happening in your system. Then all our Saturdays, we work 2 Saturdays, other than that, we have 5 days a week. But those 2 Saturdays are only invested for teacher training, and it is all planned for the entire year. Which Saturday, which training, who's the faculty, what's the duration, what's the outcome. That kind of planning gets into the training. So my plan for next year would be ready, by the end of this year. So we invest a lot of energies into planning and teacher training. We have these reflection programs with the teachers. We have leadership opportunities to staff. So whenever a staff is going out to conduct or get equipped with a kind of a skill, she needs to conduct an entire training program for the rest of her peer so that she gets a lot of confidence. She's recreating the concept with herself, revisiting it, and then she can create magic in the classroom. Our 360-degree appraisal for the staff. If you see, there is feedback from the supervisors who are the administrative angle. There's feedback from the HOD who actually look at their regular lesson planning, curriculum tracking, classroom interactions, transactions. There is a self-feedback, there's a peer feedback, and of course, very important, there's a student feedback. Students they go to the computer room. I have 90 computers, 3 computer rooms. Students enter the computer room, go to Survey Monkey. There is a parameter indicated with the name of the staff, and the students give feedback every term. So this is an activity we do twice a year. So if you see, every feedback has a weightage component, so it is fair for the teacher. Even a self and a peer appraisal would have a 10% weightage. Student feedback is a 20% weightage. And the heads, that's the supervisor and the departments, have a 30% weightage. So that's how it becomes a very robust and fair system of feedback. If a staff has underperformed for some reason, we call the staff. I personally speak to the staff, show him or her the feedback, and say, you reflect, in a day's time, come back to me and tell me what is it that you need to do so that you don't get a feedback like this. It needs to accelerate, not go down. So you have staff who would be made aware, okay? But how you express it to the staff is a big story. It is the magic. If you are going to fire the staff, the person would be demotivated, not come back to you. If you say, see, here I see there's a problem, let me know how I can help you, let me know what you will do. So I reach up 2 steps, you reach up 4 steps, and we can really resolve the problem. And that's how problems are resolved. And that is where we have staff who are working with us for the last 20 years, 30 years. Staff who enter the complex, enter the institution. I have some time, madam. Staff who enter the system, young, and we have this policy of taking in young graduates exactly who have just come out from the teaching education program. So they are absolutely clean slates. Then we mold them our way. We mold them our way of thinking, our way of accountability. We do not encourage taking very experienced staff. So these are the people who are there with us. They come as, bachelors. They stay with us, they become, married, have children, and retire with us. We have stories after stories how our alumni are still working with us. At least we have around 10% of my staff who are alumni of the institution. So that's the love, the passion, the craziness to work with us with Utpal Sanghi School. Our ecosystem is very conducive for staff. We have got 100% staff satisfaction rating. Of course, we give them a very good scale as well. But it's just not money. It's inculcating ownership in the staff, the sense of belonging. As this example, I had a staff who was, I will not use the word pathetic, it's a negative connotation, but she was very bad with English. And she was a wonderful person. And I couldn't understand did I make a mistake, because I personally give allotments to my staff. So 2 years we tolerated, and kept on giving her a feedback till one day she said, you know what, I cannot work with you because I'm ashamed to come to your table every time. I changed her subject to a first standard math. She was teaching 5th standard English. And she was a very creative person. So in her creativity, she was not able to cater to the portion. And 5th standard is a very, high, robust curriculum to cover. The moment I moved her to first standard mathematics, that staff has got 100% rating today. So sometimes we leaders go wrong. I made a mistake in giving a wrong allotment to the staff, not understanding the right skill and passion. So we also go wrong at times. So we just need to reflect. Reflection is the key word. I think it's the word of the day. So with this kind of training, we can see staff doing a lot of creative stuff. You can see stock market simulation happening in a math class. You would see in a geography class where they're doing rainwater forest or something like that. The children are attired in raincoats to get the feel of what the people undergo out there. There's a lot of learning by doing, and these are my senior students, my 9th graders also, who are involved in activities. They are doing a bit of history or literature where the student is dressed up, as how people would be looked at in the wax museum. That's how the student is dressed up, and then the student needs to make a write-up out of it. So there is a lot of creativity and activity which happens. Peer teaching works wonders. So when we have our A levels, there was this particular math concept, I think it was transformation, in my 7th or 8th grade. And the class was unable to understand how the transformation happens. Then the teachers struggled, and finally what we did was we got our A-levels students to come and teach them, and the concept was a super hit. So you need to constantly reflect, and there is no one-size-fits-all kind of a policy. So these are examples of all my professional development practitioners. And these are all Saturdays. Their weekends invested, and you will see smiles on all their faces. And don't miss this picture. It is very magnetic. We had Madam Anise just over a cup of tea. I requested her to come and address my staff. She, without any preparation, she came the next day. And this day was a very hectic day for the staff because they had walked in as early as 7:15 a.m. in the morning. And I just told them, you need to wait back today because I will not get this kind of an opportunity. And this is after a 2:30 or 3 in the afternoon. If you look at this picture closely, you'll see everybody has a smile on their face. So that's the magic one passion can create with the other. You just need to ignite or get the right, people together. You can really do that. As it's rightly said, you need a village to raise a child. You may be the best of having the best of faculty and the best of management and the best of resources. If you do not have great parents to support it, I think it's just a lost case. And this is where my profile comes. I majorly invest my energies into the parent community, making them understand. When we had the Cambridge curriculum introduced into the system, we were primarily a state board. So for my parents to understand what is the requirement or the deal with the Cambridge curriculum took us time. So we had rounds and rounds of sessions, making them understand. You just need to have that confidence building with the parent community. So we involve them. If you treat them as an outsider, it's human tendency. You will just be nitpicking and creating problems. But if you get them involved in the system, but you should have the bandwidth or the DNA, the strength in your system to open it out to an outsider and yet be confident. So we let them run our events. There's the Children's Bazaar, which they are running. They do dental camps, they do eye checkup and all the other medical camps. Then they do talks. And they are a very happy community with us. Of course, we have concerns. And, I would just be bluffing to all of you if I say it's absolutely hunky-dory. No. But we believe a system of transparency. I address emails within 24 hours. That's my commitment to a parent. Whenever a parent has a concern, even if we don't have the answer at that point of time, this is for all the heads, at least respond to the parent saying that, you know what, your concern is noted, give me some time to reflect back. The moment you answer the parent within 24 hours or within the time factor that they expect you to answer, they feel heard. And when you hear their problems, 50% of problems get resolved there because they know somebody's thinking, somebody's doing. And that is where the confidence building happens. You need to value parents because it is the parent community who's going to give you wonderful students, and it's the parents community whose perspective matters to you when your institution is rated. So today we are one of the top 2 schools in the city of Mumbai, and this is the rating which we have been getting from the Times of India consecutively. Times of India is the most prestigious newspaper in India, not only Mumbai. We began our journey with Education World Awards. If you see in 2015, we were a 33rd rating. Today, in 23, my school is 4th in India. Thank you. So, I couldn't do justice to many more things which I had to tell you because of the paucity of time, and I understand. But one core thing is when you are dealing with your institution, you need to have that passion. You need to have the key eye to identify when the concerns can happen. So you need to be very observant as a leader. You need to be visible as a leader. Please do not sit into that cabin of yours and you feel this, you have ideated everything, the show will happen. Your leadership has to be seen. If you're not seen, you are not noticed. So identifying the right talent, as I said, I made a mistake in giving a wrong allotment to the teacher, and the poor teacher had to suffer for 2 years. And we didn't give up. We still invested on her and we introduced her to a lower class, and she's doing magic in the classroom. So identifying the right talent, giving it a right fit, and working with passion. I think that's all from me. Thank you so very much.
Madam Raki, do you mind staying on stage? As yeah, actually a few more minutes. Yes. Sure. Yeah. Can we have a sound check? Because she wants to show.
Satu sound. Audio dia masalah. Oh, audio laptop dia. Output. Dia starting ada bunyi tau. Oh.
So, okay, correct. So thank you, Madam Raki Mukherjee, for the informative sharing on learner-centeredness. And I would like to invite Madam Anissa Isha, our director, to come up to the stage to present the token of appreciation to our honorable speaker.
both undergraduate and postgraduate levels in Vietnam. He currently works as a Dean of Faculty of Foreign Languages, Ho Chi Minh City, University of Technology and Education. He has also been supervising research students at several institutions. He completed his Master of Art in TESOL at University of Queensland and PhD at La Trobe University. He has published in TESOL in Contact, the Journal of Asia TEFL, the Asian TEFL Journal, the Internet Journal of Language, Culture and Society, and few others. Last but not least, he has chaired Language Teaching and Learning Today Conference in 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2023. Now, without further ado, I would like to welcome and invite our distinguished Dr. Tin Tidan to share with us interesting topic entitled Learners' Autonomy. The stage is yours, Dr. Tin.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Um, First of all, I would like to express my great appreciation to the invitation, particularly Madam Anis for the invitation. My great pleasure to share with you some of the research that I have done so far and some of the practices that we have done in Vietnam for your reference. I think that we have already got a lot of examples, and then let me go to you with a kind of framework that we have used, and so far I would like to report some of the practices that we have done for your information. During my talk, you can have a look at the URL that I put over there. If you scan the QR code, you should be able to go to the website where I put my slides together with the chat box in the end, that you can make questions or any kind of comments over there, and then I would like to be able to respond to your concerns and questions as much as possible. To set up the context, I would like to start with the situations of education in the 21st century. And then after that, I talk about the concept of learner autonomy. And then I look at the situations of learning engagement in both situations. One is in the physical classroom, and the other one is in the virtual learning space. And finally, I would like to come up with some of the recommendations, or actually the practices that we have done so far, and then we hope that it could be the recommendations for your situations. So first of all, I would like you to have a look at the situations of education in the 21st century. Let's say now we look at our students' life, we can see what is around them and what are the factors that can contribute to their learning engagement in the current situations with the technology bound. For example, social media. If you look at our students nowadays, we should be able to see that they do Facebook all the time. They do WhatsApp all the time. So those kinds of issues are what we have to consider. We cannot ignore it. And then WhatsApp or their Facebook, that's part of their life. We cannot separate it from their life. So if we deal with the education, we have to deal with those issues too. So let's take a minute. I'm going to give you 1 minute. Okay. Talk to someone next to you, some of other key issues that may be relevant to the current context of education in the 21st century. The first one I have already put over there, social media. What is the next one? 1 minute for you. Talk to somebody next to you, please. A few keywords. Okay, thank you very much. I have seen a lot of conversations going on over there, and I'm sure that that's part of your daily job as well. So certainly you have a lot of things to share. Let me have a look at a few issues. Maybe they are not closely relevant to your local school or your local students, but these are some general issues that have been reflected during the current situation of teaching and learning nowadays. AI, that's something that we have to deal with. Our students nowadays, they keep using ChatGPT for their homework. And what can we do with that? Okay. That's part of what they do. And we cannot avoid it. We cannot say, hey, now stop it. Don't use it. No, we cannot do it. Even though we want to do it, we cannot do it. Right? So we have to deal with the situation, we have to accept it. It's like the situations of smartphone a few years ago. We say, oh no smartphone in class. But no, we cannot do it, right? The smartphone is part of their life. They say, oh, I'm very worried about any comments on my Facebook. I need to check it. I have a very important message to respond to. I have a thing from my phone, so I need to look at it right away. It happens, that's human. So we have to deal with that. The third one, we talk about deep learning. Okay, it's going to affect very much the way that we are doing with our students nowadays. Machine learning. Okay, we know a lot about big data. We know about online learning. That's something that we cannot avoid. Hybrid learning, instant. This is what would like to focus on. With our current students nowadays, if they send us a message and then we don't respond to it, they say, and then they will email us, say, why you didn't respond to my message? If we don't respond to the email, then we make a phone call to us, say, why didn't you respond to my message? Even though we as teachers, we have already given them 2 weeks for the assignments. They don't do it. They wait until the last minute, and then they ask us a lot of questions, and then they want us to respond to those questions right away. So that is a challenge, and then we always have to deal with that. That is the current situation of teaching and learning in the 21st century. So we look at the skills required by the current situation of education. If we look at the World Economic Forum report, we look at the new UNESCO report, we should be able to see that there are 3 groups of qualities required by the 21st century. Okay. First of all, the foundational literacy. It's like reading and writing, but it's also about ICT literacy, scientific literacy, financial literacy as well. The second group is competencies. So competencies like critical thinking, creativity, communication, collaboration. We are so familiar with these 4 C's, but there are also some other C's proposed so far, like a global citizen, things like that. Okay. the last group is character qualities, including persistence, adaptability, initiative, leadership, for example. So these are the frameworks which should be able to shape our teaching and learning practices. What are the goals of the education in the 21st century so far? Of course, knowledge is what we always want. But then, actually, in the current situations of the 21st century education, we have to deal with a lot of changes. What we teach our students today may become not very useful in the next year, for example, particularly when the students, they finish high school, they finish the university, and then they go to work. So we have to deal with a lot of changes in the societies. We have to deal with a lot of chaos. Things have been changed, people, perceptions, opinions, new opinions have been emerged, and then people also change in the way that they do things. We look at the situations of using phones before. We did have the physical keypad for the phone, but nowadays we don't use the physical keypad anymore. So it changes the way that we are dealing with the situations. And the last one is uncertainty. We're not quite sure about what is happening in the future. That means that what kinds of skills, what kind of knowledge that the students need to deal with the future. We look at the situation of ChatGPT, for example, nowadays. So we can see that, of course, paragraph writing nowadays is not really an important skill anymore, because we can just talk to ChatGPT and ask it to say, "Hi, write a paragraph about my hometown," and they do it. Say, "No, my hometown is Penang." So they change the paragraph. Say, "Oh no, the paragraph is too short. Can you make it up to 120 words?" And then they keep doing it. So obviously, the ideas from us are important, but the way of doing it, at least in the situations of writing at the moment, is not really important, because we can maximize or we can take the advantage of the technology to help us. So that's why we ask ourselves the question, so what should be our goals in education? Okay. The most important thing at the current situation is learning about how to learn. How to learn, because we have to deal with the new things in the future. When new things coming up, we have to be able to deal with that. So ultimate goal is very much about how to learn and lifelong learning. And to be able to help the students with lifelong learning, one of the most crucial capacities that we need to deal with is to help the students with the learning capacities. In this situation, the learning capacities that I would like to argue is learner autonomy. So learner autonomy allows the students to take part, to initiate their learning, to be responsible for their learning. We look at the 3 dimensions of learner autonomy, which includes initiating learning activities, monitoring learning activities, and evaluating their own activities. And learner autonomy includes 2 aspects. The first one is cognitive level, the second is behavioral level. So it is not really about the activity, the behavior, the action that the students do, but it's very much about what they think about it. So for example, when we work with our students in the class, when we talk as teachers, our students, they listen to us. So the question here is, who can control their learning? Who cannot control their learning? So it does not mean that when they listen to us and then they can control their learning, so they are responsible for their learning. It is just the behavioral aspect. That's what we can see but maybe we do not know what is going on in their mind. So if they focus on the learning, both physically and mentally, for example, and then they think about why they do it, and then they listen to what we are saying, and then they think about it, they relate what we are saying to their own background, to their own current knowledge, for example, and then it shows that they are taking charge of their own learning. So it is important to get an idea that it does not mean that students in class, when they listen to the teachers and then they close their eyes, and it shows that they don't do the learning. If they close their eyes and then they listen attentively, they think very much about what we are doing, and then that is learning. But then they close their eyes and then they think about their coming holiday, and then that's not learning. So it is important to get an idea that learner autonomy, the ability to control the learning process for the students, includes two aspects, cognitive and behavioral. And cognitive and behavioral aspects of the learner autonomy capacity, we can help the students to take lifelong learning, can be improved with the support from the teachers. Let's look at the current situations of the students and the potential development of the students in terms of knowledge and skills. That one is called the zone of proximal development. And the space between the current level and the next level with potential support can help the students to improve their learning by getting them to traveling between this space. So we can use scaffolding, but at the same time, the students also need to be able to internalize what they are exposed to. So this kind of concept will help us to make our lessons or our activities, cut them or arrange them in minimal levels. The levels, we can help the students to move from one and to the next one with support in the most comfortable way. Learner autonomy can be developed with the support of the learning communities. So it is important to get learners to move forward within a specific social cultural context. Partnership, okay. Getting the students working with the others, getting the students working with their parents, maybe, getting students working with their neighbors, maximize the support around them. Collaboration, reflection, power balance, individual decision making, collective choice, conversational interaction, and peer-to-peer. So these are all the support, all the kind of scaffolding that we can use to get the students to move forward to the next level within a specific social cultural context. Here is the patterns of participants, the normal pattern of participants from the learners in a classroom. So look at the students. We have a lot of students in the class, and then, for example, we have one new student coming to the class. So if we observe this new student engagement in the classroom situation, we should be able to see that normally that student just stay a little bit away from the others. And then gradually talking to the other a little bit, make a little bit of relationship with people around, and this one start to observe what other members in the communities, in particular in that classroom, are doing. look at what other people are doing, and then gradually move closer to the center of the community, and then finally becomes self-regulated, become more responsible, become capable of doing the learning independently in that situation. So the implication of this is that we need to give the students some time. Okay, when we give them some kind of new knowledge or new skills, and then we need to get them to be familiar with that, give them some time. Probably get them to explore things or get them to be used to the strategies that we can offer. And then gradually will be able to take charge of their own learning. Next part, I'm going to look at the engagement of students in a normal physical classroom. The learning engagement includes the three aspects. The first one is behavioral, the second one cognitive, and the last one emotional. Research shows that the behaviors of the students in classroom engagement, first of all, includes actions like going to the classroom or being absent from the classroom, any kind of behavior, disruptive behavior, withdrawal, or following the instructions or not following the instructions. For example, the teachers ask the student, "Hi, would you please write your name on the first page of your notebook," for example, and the students they do it or they don't do it. So that is one indicator of engagement. Cognitive engagement is about the deep processing of the information from the classroom. So for example, it includes the elaborations of information, organization of information, and reproduction of information. So if the teachers ask the students to repeat, the students agree to repeat the things, for example. That is another aspect, the cognitive aspects of engagement in the classroom. And the last one is emotional. It's about the effective reactions to the classroom learning activities, whether the students they have a high level of interest in the classroom activities or whether they do not like it very much. So if we look at the three aspects of learning engagement, and then research shows that there are 5 levels of learning engagement. The first one is disengaged, second one compliant, the third one silent, the fourth one engaged, and the last one busy. So 5 levels of engagement are described by the level of each learning engagement aspect. Okay. Disengaged or busy is very clear. They are highly engaged in the action and the thinking and the emotion, and that they are called busy learners. Disengaged, that means that they don't actually listen to the teachers, they don't think about it, and then they don't have any kind of feeling about their learning. Compliant is still very low. Engaged, that means it's very much with cognitive and emotional, but it's not very much with behavioral. So the idea is that to be able to understand our students' level of engagement in the classroom, we need to be able to understand about the three aspects. And in here, it depends on the culture. But then I would say that this one is very applicable for our students in Southeast Asia. That means that maybe they are very serious about their learning, but they don't seem to show people that they are doing it seriously. Okay. For example, when the teachers ask the student, "Hi, you have any questions?" Probably they have a questions, but they're not willing to raise their hands right away. Okay. So I think that this kind of framework is very suitable for Asian teachers to understand their learners. I go to the next part, talking about the learning engagement in virtual space. So in online learning engagement, research has identified 3 patterns of engagement. The first one is task-oriented, the second one content-oriented, and the last one community-oriented. Task-oriented participants are the students who would like to focus very much on completing the assignments and fulfilling the course requirements and get out. Okay. So they go online, do the assignments, finish it, out right away. They just do it to complete the requirement. That's all. Particularly when we talk about online learning, we can see that nowadays we have LMS everywhere for all the schools. Many schools are using the online virtual learning platform, and then the students, they get there with some kind of their assignments or discussion over there. But the first group of the learners that has already been identified, they only care about the assignment. They go there, finish the assignment, done. Go offline right away. The second one is content-oriented learners. These learners, they focus very much on creating the high-quality content. And they are also very interested in producing valuable contribution to the community. So if we set up a discussion forum, for example, for the students to take part in, so these students, they will come there and then they look at the interesting topics, interesting writing, and then they would like to make very significant contribution to the community, which is very different from the first group of the learners. If we ask them to do a posting for discussion, for example, they just go there, do the posting and finish. They do not care very much about what other people have been doing over there and what is the conversation going on over there. The last one is called community-oriented participants. So these participants, they go online, making friends with this classmate, making friends with another classmate to build up the relationships with people, with other peers in the classroom. So these are the patterns which trigger a lot of practices, a lot of implications for what we should do with the students when we organize online activities for our students. It is also important to understand the mediating factors which contribute to the engagement of the students when they take part in the virtual learning space. First one, trusted. It's very clear that if the students do not trust their friends, do not trust their peers very much, they are going to make very little contribution to the online learning space. Probably in the classroom, because we teachers, we stay in the classroom, so we ask them questions, they're going to respond to the questions right away. But then, if the activity takes place online, and then if the students, they do not trust their friends very much, and then they are not going to make significant or important contribution to the classroom virtual classroom activities. My research shows that in general, in Southeast Asia, trust is the #1 important factor. Second one, chunkable. Chunkable means that our activities should not be too long. The activities that we conduct with our students on the virtual classroom, it should be short enough for our students to complete. Because what happens with our students nowadays, if you look at the situation of TikTok, for example, you could be able to see that why, you might ask ourselves, why does TikTok do it so successful? It's very simple, it's short. It's very short videos, and that's what our students are doing nowadays. They move from here to there all the time. If we give them a book, they're not going to read it. But we give them half a page, they will look at it right away. They look at it right away and then they throw it away. Okay. If we give them the next page, they will look at it and then maybe they will throw it away or they keep it. But the idea is that if we give them something long, something big, they're not going to do it, or they're going to ignore it very soon. But if we give them something doable means short and can be completed within a short period of time, and then they are happy to do it. Shareable. Whatever happens in the online learning space, it needs to be shareable, both technically and cognitively. That means that if I do anything with our students, I would love to make our students be proud of what they are doing, and then they are willing to share what they are doing in the class with their own community somewhere else. So make our activities shareable. Of course, it does not mean that all the students would like to do it, but we need to help them to be proud of their own learning, and then certainly here and there they would be able to share what they are doing with other people, probably on their Facebook, but probably in a story with their parents at a dinner, for example. Committed, interactive, reflective, ownership, and responsive. The last one is very critical or difficult, challenging for us as teachers. If our students, they do something online for the class activities, and then we don't respond to that, they don't feel good, they feel bored right away. But if we respond to those comments, those assignments, it will take us a lot of time. And our students, they may do it sometimes early in the morning, sometimes very late at midnight, for example. And then if they don't receive any feedback or any comments from the teachers or from the peers, they feel very bored. Look at ourselves. We don't need to look at our students. We can able to see that. If we put something on Facebook, okay, now I take part in this conference, for example, I take a very nice photo with colleagues around, I put it on Facebook. So after that, what do I expect? You think? What do I expect? Of course, I expect people to come and then react to my posting and then make comments to my posting, right? So I'm looking for it. Exactly the same thing happens with our students. Okay? So our students, when they do something, they need interaction. They need people to come and continue the discussion. And that's how the learning can take place. Okay? Very challenging for teachers in the current situation of the 21st century, I'm sure. Okay, I'm going to the last part, talking about what we have done so far with this framework. So we look at our students' learning engagement behaviors in the physical classroom. We look at our students' learning engagement in the virtual space. So the question is, so what should we do? What should we do with our students so that we can ensure that their learning engagement is of the high quality and that students can control their learning? I'm going to share with you the three groups of practices that we have done so far. First of all is about the learning mode. The second is the learning activities, and the third one is about the learning assessment. Okay. Before I talk about this, I would get you to have an idea about this first. Okay. So we look at the students' engagement We look at the capacities for learner autonomy, and then if you were the teachers, what should you do with your students in the learning activities or in the learning assessment or in the learning mode to ensure that they should be able to have the skills for controlling their own learning. Okay. 1 minute, I'm safe for you. So just talk to a colleague sitting next to you about what you would like to do to ensure that our students would be able to control their own learning. Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to share what we have been doing very much with the learning mode. First of all, learning now becoming more social. It becomes more social. For example, one of the assignments that I often do with our students is, for example, if it is about making an argument, for example. And if it's about making an argument, the students need to come up with an argument, for example, about environment or traffic, for example. And if they do it, and then the request is that if you put it somewhere on the social media, and then at least your work gets 50 likes on Facebook, for example, and then that kind of arguments will be evaluated. So the first thing that they need to do is to ensure that their posting would be able to be exposed to the public, and then they would be able to receive some reactions from the public before that one is eligible for the teachers to evaluate. So the learning here goes beyond the classroom level. It does not only stay in the classroom, but it should be more in the communities, with the support of the communities. And of course, when the students they put their work online in public space or maybe in their own network, and what happens is that they receive feedback from the others. And when they receive feedback from the others, they are going to improve their work. Okay? So when the product comes to the teacher, the process of doing it has been a lot longer than what we assume it should take place in the classroom. Second one, hybrid. Whatever it is nowadays, even it is the primary school education, we have to offer alternative ways of communicating with the students outside the classroom. So previously, we normally we would say, oh, okay, in the classroom, that's enough. But no, nowadays, whatever it is, even though that is just a WhatsApp group, or it is platform, or it is a formal LMS from the school, whatever it is, communication must be able to maintain between the teachers and the students outside the classroom. Ubiquitous. Nowadays, for many universities in Vietnam, we offer a lot of alternative communications with the students. And the students nowadays, they have, in many situations, they have a choice of coming to the class or not going to the class meetings. They can just stay home, doing the assignments, taking part in the class activities on the virtual classroom, and finish the course instead of coming directly to the classroom. Of course, not all students would do it, or not all students would take the offline classes only. But for example, for a semester of 15 weeks, a lot of students would take around 10 physical classroom meetings. And then the other 5 classroom meetings, they choose not to go to the classroom, for example. Learning activities. Our learning activities nowadays are very much task-based. So everything needs to be associated with particular task. Collaborative and individualized. It's very challenging for teachers to make the assignments individualized. But then, so far, at least from the university level at the moment, and high school at the moment in Vietnam, a lot of individualized assignments have been offered to students. Instead of completing a specific piece of assignment, the students now they have a choice of doing it. So instead of finishing, for example, 1 page of homework on book A, they can do 1 page in book B or book C, for example. So there are options over there for the students to choose. And basically, it would be able to empower the students' learning capacity. Because if they have no choice and then they have to do it, they have no choice. You just go home, open the book to page number 5 and finish that assignment. But now they have a choice. So when they have a choice, and then what should they do first? They have to think about which one they need to take. Okay? So when they think about which one they need to take, they have to read all of them. Okay? They have to read all of them. Of course, they're not going to finish all of them, but then they have to think about each of them, and then they pick the one which is suitable for them. So in that situation, the students they will become more responsible for their learning because they have to evaluate those activities and think about what they should do, what is more useful for them, what is more relevant to them, and what is less relevant to them. The last part that I would like to share with you is about learning assessment. So learning assessment nowadays in Vietnam is very much a very clear trend about project-based. It's not very single small pieces of work anymore, but it's very much with the compiling of several small pieces of work. Portfolio is becoming very popular in high school and in universities in Vietnam nowadays. Even with the children in the primary school education, they need to put together their own works. The main purpose of that is for reflection. So learning requires a lot of reflection, and that's why we need to get our students to do the reflection so that they can think about their learning process, their learning progress so far. They have to get an idea about what they did before and what they do now, so that they can see whether they have already done it properly or whether they have what else they need to improve. Of course, the children are not very critical in their reflection for sure, but then at least it shows them a chance for them to connect what they learned before to what they learn nowadays, and then what should be their expectation for the next stage. Process-based, we focus very much on the individual students' development. It's not very much about competitive development. So it's not very much about ranking, say who is better than who, but it is about me of today, me of last week. So whether I make good progress for my role learning or not, it's not about whether I am better than Jim or I am better than Peter. No. So we focus very much on process, and we focus very much on the peer evaluation. So at the moment, it's not about peer grading. It's not that level yet. Well, we hope to be able to do that. But it's very much about peer commenting, peer feedback, peer evaluation, peer talking. So we train our students to be able to evaluate their own learning by evaluating the learning of their peers. So it is a chance for the students to get an idea about how they have done and what they have done in comparison to what others products. So this has been it has been shown that the students become a lot more responsible about their own learning when they see their friends work and they can actually voice their opinions on their friends' work. That is, it comes to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. I do hope that some of the implications would be applicable for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tin Tidang, for your interesting and meaningful sharing. Okay, and I'm glad to have you to be on stage. Okay. So now I would like to invite the Director of IPG Qatar, Madam Anis Alisha Abdullah, to come on stage and present the token of appreciation to Dr. Tin Tidang. Okay, thank you. Terima kasih. Nandri Kamen, Dr. Ting Tidang, and Madam Anis Alisha Abdullah. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our session. Thank you so much for your attentive and active listening. Last but not least, let us give a huge round of applause to Dr. Ting Tidang. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again, Madam Anis Alisha, Dr. Tin Tidang, and our chairperson, Madam Lo Moy Jun. And it is quite delightful for me to see that there are some members of the audience that have been taking down notes throughout his presentation. And I think it shows the impact of your presentation. So please, thank you. All right, we shall have 10 minutes of intermission for us to set up for our next keynote session, actually. So we'll be back again in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll resume our session shortly. So please find your way to your respective seats. Thank you. So finally, we have the keynote speaker number 2. For this session, we will call upon Mr. Sunny as the chairperson to chair the session.
All right, good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Chigopui, the chairperson for this keynote session. Allow me to introduce you our keynote speaker, Dr. Craig Kang. Dr. Craig is an experienced educator, leader, global edtech consultant, and the founder of EduSpark, the new revolutionary education professional learning platform. Over his 20-year career as an educator, leader, and consultant, Dr. Craig has provided consultation services to both public and private schools and has partnered with many educators and learners worldwide. And his expertise makes him a sought-after digital learning transformation leader, highly valued by schools, institutions, and edtech companies looking to scale and grow. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming Dr. Craig as he shares his insight and wisdom on the topic on setting up and sustaining technological enhanced classroom. Let's put our hands together.
All right. Selamat pagi. A pleasure to be here today. I know that I am one of the last things between you and the end of your day, and it's always hard, but it's always fun being the last as well. So let me just start off by telling you a little bit about me, and then I want to get into talking a little bit about what I'm passionate about, which is using technology in education. And you'll notice that I can't keep still, okay? So you'll see me walking around a lot. I'm a little bit ADHD, so I move around a lot, I talk a lot, I use lots of movements. But a lot of that is what's made me a successful teacher. You know, I like to engage, I like to bring people in, and I like to communicate. I'm originally from New Zealand, as you can tell by my accent. I'm not Singaporean, but I am a Kiwi. And for those of you that know New Zealanders speak very, very fast. So I'm going to do my best with my thick New Zealand accent to try and not speak too fast so you can follow along with me today. But my career has been a teacher. I'm actually a primary trained teacher. I taught years 3 to 5 for about 7 years before moving to Singapore. And I moved to Singapore 12 years ago. And I moved to Singapore with the intention of staying for 2 years. And then I got addicted to Southeast Asia. I got addicted to travel. I got addicted to learning and engaging with people that want to make change. And I found no better place to do that than in Southeast Asia. And my career has done lots of things. I'm not going to go into all of it, but both speakers this morning have spoken about social media. And I wanted to highlight the power of social media. And I want to put a positive slant on social media. I love social media, and it has helped me in my career progression that I've got to today. And my social media of choice, and I still refer to it as Twitter. Okay, X just doesn't seem right to me. We were talking about it earlier on and how it's a little bit different, it's a little bit unique, it's changing. But I'm connected to nearly 50,000 educators all over the world on X. And if you are connected there, please chat to me, tag me at Mr. Kemp NZ, and I'll put them up at the end. I'm also the founder of EduSpark. And I'm not going to go into EduSpark today, but if it interests you, I'd love to chat a little bit further about it on our panel discussion later on as well, and tell you the things we're doing with professional learning. But I wanted to start off with this. And one of the things that I believe in is transparency. Everything I do, the successes I've made in my career, are all because I'm transparent, I'm open, and I'm honest. And I'm standing up here in front of you today a little bit embarrassed. And I'm a little bit embarrassed because I got back to Singapore late yesterday and I unpacked my bag. I was at a leadership conference in Thailand and I unpacked my bag and I repacked my bag. And for those of you that maybe travel a little bit, this is one of my worst fears. Not packing something that you need, and then you get to the airport and you go, oh no, I forgot it. But one of those things that I always talk to my students about is the power of making mistakes. And as a teacher, I would actively make mistakes in front of my students so they can see that it was normal. And a mistake I made was that I forgot to pack long socks. So I'm standing up here today in the most silly, short sports socks that you could find. And I quickly snapped a photo and put it up there so you can see it in the back. Not because I wanted you to see my legs or my feet, because I wanted you to see that mistakes are okay. And we're moving into an era right now with technology that's extremely scary. Put your hands up if you're scared of AI and the way technology is going. Show of hands. Who's a little bit, it's okay. Those who haven't put their hand up are just a little bit shy. Okay? I'm scared, and this is my job, to support people with technology. And we're in this world, in this flux, where technology is changing so fast that we're struggling to keep up. And we're struggling to keep up because there's all these things we have to learn and unlearn and relearn. And during COVID, it changed us. We went from this face-to-face environment to what Dr. Tindang was talking about earlier on, about this virtual space that we find ourselves in. And this flux of how do we now transition from face-to-face to virtual to some sort of hybrid opportunity. And what I've found over this time is that one of the things that we can do is focus more on strategy and more on those human-centric skills that we've heard about this morning. Technology is not going anywhere. Embrace it. We are in this time of change, and we have to make sure we're successful with it. And there's lots of things happening. Now, I'm not going to dive into this, but these are the sorts of words, keywords, trends that I'm seeing and I'm hearing with schools, but does it actually mean anything? It doesn't mean anything unless we know our why and we know how we're going to implement that, because this is what we do, and this is life. We see things and we go, sorry, I'm too busy. I'm too busy to listen. I'm too busy for change. I've got meetings. I've got parent-teacher conferences. I'm at a conference today. We don't take time to listen and learn. We were given 2 of these and 1 of these. Less talking and more listening. Soon as I left the school, I was a director of technology for 5 years at a large 3,500 student American international school in Singapore. And I left that and I never felt more connected to education. I got out of the silo of my school and I took a balcony level view of what was happening in other people's schools. And I listened. And with EduSpark, we listen. We listen to what schools want and what schools need, and we do it. We don't just listen and then say, oh, that's nice. We actually take action. And this is what we need to see from our teachers and ultimately our students, because in this, some of you have probably seen this before. It's actually not a new model at all. I'm trying to see the year here that I put on it. It's from 1962, and it's a diffusion of innovation model. 1962, this was founded, formed, and shared. And what we see now with technology, and by the way, technology are the clothes we wear, the pencils we write with, the paper we use. Technology is not just a computer and a tablet or a smartphone. Technology is all around us, and that is really important for us and our learners. But what we need to do is make sure that we move people. We help them transition in confidence and competence with using technology. And a big move for you might be a small move for me. or a big move for me might be a small move for you. One of my biggest successes as a technology director in a school was helping a teacher who was 67 years old and she was about to retire. My biggest success was teaching her how to turn on her smartboard. And to me, that was the one thing that I remember. I don't remember all the competitions we won or the robotics things we did. My biggest success was helping someone shift. And you know people like this. You work with people like this. What you have to think about is how. What is their why? And how can I move them? Just a little bit. How can I move them from being a laggard to the late majority? And one of the mistakes we often make is that we start with our laggards. Laggards are those people that say, no, I can't do it. It's too hard. And it's not just technology, it's your new math curriculum. It's your new reading program. No, I've always done it this way. The most dangerous phrase in education. This is the way we've always done things. My kids are successful in their exams. You know, they've got the highest score in Malaysia. They are going out and winning things. Yes, but are we preparing them for the world that they are going to enter? And I'll talk a little bit about that soon. Because if we invest our time in our laggards, we invest 10% of our time and they zap 90% of our energy. You know these people. These are people that you avoid in your staff room. Now the people, hopefully, that aren't sitting here with you today, but you can picture that person in your head. I can picture handfuls and handfuls, if not hundreds of people that I've worked with in my career that are the most painful people in the world to try and change. Don't invest time in them at the start. Use a model that I like to refer to as the teacher next door model. Focus your energy on the people who are in the early majority. Those people that are willing to listen and learn, but need their hand held. Focus on them, and then put your laggards in a classroom. Open up classroom doors and show them successes by a teacher for a teacher. Not me, the tech director. They don't care. They'll say, he's the IT guy. Of course he can do it. But if I put you in a room with someone that is your peer, your equal, and they show you how to do it, all of a sudden that mindset is, oh, if they can do it, I can do it. So it's about who we put in front of these people. Your tech coach, your tech director, your ICT person is the wrong person. Your classroom teachers are the people that we need to do. This is a show of hands. Who has heard of or knows Simon Sinek? Okay, very few of you. Either that or you just can't be bothered putting your arm in there. But Simon Sinek is someone that you need to look up. He says, people don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. And this is true in every essence of our lives. And I started adopting this not only in my professional life, but also in my personal life. You see, I have a 5-year-old daughter and a 9-year-old daughter. And my 9-year-old daughter is this amazingly academic, puts her hand up to do everything. She's just a natural at doing things. And she's lovely and she's kind and she's polite. And then my 5-year-old, right? And my 5-year-old is polar opposites. We call her the hurricane because when she wakes up in the morning, I know a storm is coming because she is the opposite. She's climbing walls, she's running around, she's jumping up and down. She's the kid that I need to put a leash on sometimes. I think I need to put a leash on you because you're like a dog that when I go outside, it's going to run off. And they are opposites. They're very, very different. But what I learned in my life was that Simon Sinek says people don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. If I understand why my daughter is having a tantrum, I can solve that problem. I can go to the how. But if I continue to focus on the what, I'm embarrassed. My daughter's on the ground, she's in the middle of a shopping mall, and everyone's looking at her. If I focus on that, there's going to be a problem, yeah? But if I focus on why did she get to that position? Then I can learn that next time I can do things differently. And in our professional life, it's the same. Understand people's why so you can get to the how. The how is the part that comes next. Forget about the what will be there no matter what. Yeah, we need to make sure that we get to the why. And it's a part of Simon Sinek's golden circle. And if you're interested in this, he has a book called Start With Why, and it's the perfect place to start. a couple of great short YouTube clips that you can watch of them talking about this, but it will impact the way you do things in your classroom and in your teaching practice, not just with technology, but with everything you do. So how do we use that and adapt to change? And I believe that we need to do something that focuses on the top. Focus on creation and less on consumption. You know, and I say that standing at the front on a stage, speaking to you, and all you're doing is consuming. All you're doing is listening. And we know that, and the research tells us that those that talk the most learn the most. So when you think about this in your classroom, who's doing the most talking? Are you giving opportunities for your students to have conversations, to discuss, to interact, to engage? Or are you standing at the front and lecturing them and telling them what they need to know? Because I know I will not learn anything from you in a classroom where you tell me everything I need to do, because one, I'm a little bit ADHD. Two, I'm a little bit egocentric. I like to go, well, you're telling me what to do, but I actually think something different. So if you don't give me the opportunity to share my thoughts, then I'm out. You know, I'm not listening anymore. And then the third piece is I like to collaborate. I learn by connecting and engaging. And I tell this story. We used to put these, put your hand up if you know what these are, or you've seen these before. Maybe I'm pitching at an audience that's a little young. Okay, so when I was growing up, we used to have Commodores and Amigas. You know, they were my gaming system. Commodore 64, I think it was. And we used to use these, and my whole life as a sort of a middle schooler, a 10-year-old, 8, 9, 10, 11-year-old, lived here. Because every game I played, I had to plug this floppy disk in, and it brought everything up that I needed. And you can't see this from the back, but the number on this is very important. And what I used to do, I used to support students in their transition from primary school to middle school. And it was a big transition, not only going from having one teacher to multiple teachers, going from having a shared device to a singular device that I own and I use and I'm in charge of. And we talked about change. And I put this in front of the students and I said to them, what do you think this is? And none of them knew. And then there's this one girl, and you'll have one of these kids in your class. She knows everything, right? She thinks she knows everything. And immediately, every time her hand goes up, and I won't use her name because she's now 25 or 26 and she's possibly knows people in this room. And, you know, she said to me, Mr. Kim, Mr. Kim, Mr. Kim, I know exactly what it is. And I'm thinking in my head, yeah, I know you think you know what it is. But a little part of me, and this is what makes it a little bit dangerous for me, because a little part of me really wanted to see her fail. And I know that my job as a teacher is to help people succeed. But a part of me really, really wanted to see her fail. You know, and maybe that's a little bit wrong. But actually, like I talked about at the start, failure is one of the most important parts that we can give our kids. The opportunity to make mistakes and learn from those mistakes. If we don't take risks and try new things, we'll never be able to take on the future. And so I let them talk, I let them interact, and of course she had the biggest voice in the room, and everyone believed her. Everyone said, yeah, we know what it is. And I said, right, tell me. And she put up her hand. I said, what is this? She goes, it's so easy. It's a 3D printed version of the save icon. And in her mind, I had gone to our 3D printer and I had 3D printed the save icon from a Google Doc. And I put it out and I'd given it to them because that's all she knew. They didn't know any different. So that led to a conversation that actually the number on this, 1.44, is the most important number because this was used maybe 20, 30 years ago. 1.44 megabytes was the world. You know, this was huge. But actually now, when I take a photo with my iPhone, I couldn't fit one photo on this disk. Yet everything in my life, games, documents, everything was on here. And I took it everywhere. And the world changes so fast that now, not only do I have a thumb drive that's like smaller than my fingernail that holds multiple videos, movies, documents, my whole life, but actually I don't even need that anymore because it sits somewhere that I don't know where it sits, in the cloud. Yeah, and it sits there and I get access to anything, anytime, anywhere. And that is mind-blowing when we put it on that scale. And one of the important things to think about is that we live in this world where, as teachers, we feel our job is to stand in front and educate the youth and tell them what they need to know. And we forget that actually, when it comes to technology, our kids know more than we do. But we don't like to listen to that. You know, we don't like not being the strongest person in the room. And I ask you, particularly those who are student teachers, those who are going in and educating our future of tomorrow, to make sure that you are thoughtful A really good example of how they incorporated AI policy into the way they do things in their school. They created a really simple traffic light. And around their school, when a teacher does a lesson or gives an assessment, they say today's assessment is a red light activity. You can't use AI because I want to know what you heard when I spoke to you. Or today is a green light activity. You can use any AI tool that you'd like, because actually today's activity is about idea generation. I don't want you to sit there for 20 minutes and get stuck and do nothing. I want you to be going right now. So let's use it. Let's kickstart a thinking activity. So this simple way of doing things, amazing. This is very new as well. They just incorporated it at the end of August. And another one that I found from a schools group in Indonesia. And they said, this is our policy. Again, traffic light, but several iterations of that on the right-hand side. So simple little tools or things that they place around the school to help educate people on how to do things. And today is a red light activity because it's a handwritten activity, because I want to get that from you in a non-tech space. Some crystal ball gazing here from me. I always get asked, what's going to happen next? What's the future? I'm not a futurist, but I see what's happening in schools every day. And this is what I think. And maybe you think different, and that's totally fine. I'm standing up here with short socks on. Maybe that guy with short socks on is completely wrong. Possibly. But I think that AI will be used as a normal and consistent practice in our schools within the next 2 to 3 years. No matter where you are, rich, poor, public, private, I think it will be normal. I think we're going to say goodbye to that phrase, let's Google it. Go and Google it. We're just going to be able to do it. Maybe Nike should sponsor AI. The next thing is that assessments are going to change. We are going to assess things very differently. Now, we already know that doing learning, me standing, talking, giving you a test, doing a quiz and walking away, does nothing. You've lost 90% of that when they go away. And still, we enforce that in our curriculum. Still, we enforce do a test, do an exam, and we expect that to make a difference. For my girls, I told you they're 5 and 9, if they learn one thing from school and it's how to take an exam, I'm going to be the most disappointed dad in the world. What I want them to know is how to be a good person, number one. I want them to know how to be confident in themselves and in front of other people. And I want them to be excellent communicators. And we can use technology to do those things. I think it's going to evolve so quickly that it's going to help us deliver content. It's not going to replace our jobs, because that human-centric nature is really important, but it's going to add value. I think it will replace many job functions, and I think it already is. How you plan, how you share, how you engage, how you learn new things. It is already replacing those functions. And I think, my last point is that I think we will be the slowest movers of everyone. Educators always are. We will wait until everyone else has done it, and then we'll go, AI, amazing. But if you can be a leader in this field, you will be able to have everyone following you. And now is the time to do that. You do not need to be a tech expert. You need to embrace the change. Let's skip over that. I have a podcast, semi-active. If you want to listen to it, you can. It's called the Ignite EdTech podcast. If you're a podcast person and can understand anything that I'm saying, it's essentially 20 minutes a week of someone speaking with this accent, telling you about technology and how to use it. If you like the dulcet tones of a Kiwi accent, then maybe it's for you. But the last thing here, as I summarize, and I can't believe that I'm perfectly on time. I saw a 1-minute sign, and this never happens because I talk way too much. But I'm almost willing to give myself a standing ovation for being on time, is that I want you to remember this. I want you to remember that we are the last generation to understand life before the internet. And actually, many of you, by how young some of you look, are probably already past this generation, right? I'm probably talking to maybe half of you. And if you're feeling old, I'm talking to you. We're the last generation to understand life before the internet. We're the last generation to understand what life was like before a smartphone. The thing that I live and breathe by. If I lost this, I wouldn't know what to do. I go, how do I get in touch with people? Like, you would think the same. But the last generation to understand how to connect without social media. Think about your students. They connect on social media every day and they walk into the doors of your classroom and we ask them to lock away their phones. We tell them to do things that is not programmed in their brain to do. Sir Ken Robinson warned us about this. He said schools kill creativity, and we still do it today. We still do it today. We're the last generation to be fluent translators of what it was like before and now after technology. I talked about my Commodore 64, my Amiga, the floppy disks and how we did things. And even before that, how did we do things? And we're the last generation to wonder each morning, and I'm guilty of this. When you wake up every morning, instead of wondering what you missed, we pick up our phones and we look at the notifications that we have on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn. Who's messaged us on WhatsApp? How come I sent a message last night and they haven't responded to me yet? That's the way we do things now. And I don't think it's right. And we plan, and what we have to do now is we have to plan with the future in mind. We have to embrace change, we have to know our why, and we have to stay up to date. Otherwise, you will be left behind. A show of hands. Who is a trainee teacher in this room? Who is studying and learning to be a teacher? Put your hands up and be proud that you are a teacher. Amazing. More than half of you. You are the future of our kids. You must embrace change. Please, for my daughters and your future children, embrace change. Do not live with the status quo. Change and be happy to embrace change. This is how you can reach out to me. I'm very good at talking. I'm very good at responding to things. Like our speakers before said, give me 24 hours. So maybe I'm flying or doing something else. But please reach out. If you're a trainee teacher and you have a question, you go, it's a stupid question. I'm not going to ask it. Ask me, because I've heard it before. If you need a voice to help you make change, ask. I will always be there to share resources, ideas, and support you. With that, thank you so much. Terima kasih, and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you so much, Dr. Craig. Thank you so much for the insightful sharing just now. We'd like to invite Dr. Craig to remain on stage, and also would like to invite Director of Institute Teacher Education, Student Abdul Razak Campus, Madam Anis Abdullah, to present the token of appreciation to Dr. Craig. Thank you so much, Dr. Craig, and also thank you, Madam Anis. So I'd like to pass this back to the MC.
Thank you, Madam Anis and Mr. Craig. So now we will have 10 minutes break. So you can go to washroom and refreshment, and we will see you back at 11:30.
this conference, iCERI 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, please pay 110% of your attention, because this forum is going to have a great impact on each and every one of you to take back some very crucial points. Are we ready? Very ready? Okay. Now, without further ado, all right, let's look at the theme of this conference: bridging the gap. We're going to bridge the gap now. Exploring the new frontiers that we are exploring in education for the 21st century. We know we have been in the 21st century for 23 years now, right, panelists? And we are still finding the elusive X factor in education. We will find till 100 years, according to Confucius. Education is 400 years. All right, let's begin with our first panelist, Madam Raki, all the way from Mumbai, India. Madam Raki, you are a principal of a very prestigious school. Yeah. From the perspective of a school leader, because everything begins with the leader, how have you elevated the quality of education in terms of teaching and learning that your school is providing to your students?
Thank you for that great question. I think it's a great beginning. I'll try my best to do justice to it. When I joined this institution, we were primarily a state board institution, as it was the State Board of Maharashtra, the SEC curriculum. I introduced Cambridge International, as I said in my presentation, in 2005, and progressively the A-level curriculum. And then, of course, last year we introduced the IBPYP, the primary years program of the International Baccalaureate. So introducing a board was one side of the story. But as I said, we were privileged to have a legacy of great leaders, and our leaders who believe, which I also resonate, that if you want to make a difference, you need to uplift your existing system. So we were one of the few schools in the city of Mumbai where we did not hire an agency to help us uplift the system. We invested time and energies into our existing teachers. So the teacher who was teaching the state board till 2005, it was inducted with the international board, the practices, the curriculum, the syllabus, the skills. We were aggressively into training, and the same teacher delivered the curriculum. So it goes back not only to the teachers, but to the parents, because the same set of parents who were having their students in the state board and understanding a different pattern of learning had to suddenly get into aggressive project-based, self-learning, thought-provoking, classroom challenging situations, and they were at sea. So educating the educators was one side of the story, briefing parents rounds after rounds, and their queries could be as small as Mr. Greg said. We don't use negative connotations, but they were very, very, rudimentary kind of queries, but we went out of the way to explain the whole system to them. And then, of course, comes the student community who were into one set pattern of studying. They knew they had to be taught and they had to reproduce. There was nothing to reproduce. They had to understand and they had to think for themselves and come out with answers. The system was very different. So we had to invest energies to that level. So that helped me, planning it out. And most importantly, the education department, because Cambridge had not set waters very, very seamlessly in the country by then. And we were one of the few institutes who actually took it at the initial level. So explaining to the education department Why? Because my board students would not get a 98 and a 99% as the state board students. And then there was a bottleneck because they had to go into your graduation and the basic education in the country itself. So to educate the department on what are the takes of this kind of an environment and education system was a big challenge. So we went up to the education department, we invited them to our place and we made them understand. So it was, looking into all these pockets, and that's how it helped me elevate the levels.
Thank you, Madam Raki. Now you see that the first thing that as a school leader need to think is believe in your teachers. Have faith in your teachers. So for all the school leaders out there, invest in your teachers, have faith and believe in them, get some assistance from the outside, and as the leader, you digest and you make the decision. Thank you. That's from Madam Raki. That's only the first round. All right, now let's move on to Dr. Tinda, all the way from Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. Now, Dr. Tinda, you are a practitioner. Yeah?
Most important thing as a learner. So when they do the learning, if they are exposed to the teacher-centered approach, it is very likely that later in their career, they would be able to use it in their teaching practice. Research shows that teachers, they often teach in the way that they learn for their own, rather than in the way that they are told to do. So what we have been doing so far to ensure that the teacher-centered approach has already been implemented properly is very much about the feedback from the stakeholders. We have looked at the ideas from the alumni, the ideas from the head of schools, like many of you over here, and we have to look at the policy level. One of the interesting points that we have seen so far is that the center-centered approach comes very much from the local level before it goes to the macro level. So it shows that what teachers have been doing so far with the students, it has a great impact on the policy making level. So far what we have been doing is to use the feedback from the alumni and the students to reflect on our teachers training program to ensure that what has been invested on the teachers' education would be able to be implemented for the next generations of students. We are in a trap between what the teachers expect or would like to do and what the policy would like the teachers to do. Sometimes these two forces do not match with one another. And then the teachers will be in a dilemma. They do not know what they should do. Should they play safe by just listen to the policies and carry it out, or professionally they know that there is a better alternative of doing it. So our job as the teacher educator is to ensure that there should be a good match between the practice, the effective practice, and the policy level. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tinda. Just technical, I think there's an echo. Technical team? Yeah, there's an echo here. It's being replayed. You see, whatever I'm saying is being replayed. Is it okay now? No, it's not okay. Can you come on stage? Can you come on stage? Okay. Now better. Thank you very much. Sorry for technicality. So sometimes technology is not perfect. We learn that. So thank you, Dr. Tindang. I think Dr. Tindang has given you a very clear picture. There is no one-head-fits-all in pedagogy. And in terms of pedagogy, it's not something that is static. Change is constant. What you use today may be obsolete tomorrow. So you need a concerted effort of at all levels. The theory, the policies, the theories, and the practice has to be in tune. So every day is a new day as a practitioner. So remember, educationists, practitioners, there is never a one-head-fits-all. There is never a perfect pedagogy. It is always contextualized accordingly. Thank you, Dr. Tinda. And now let's move on to Dr. Craig Kemp. We have just listened to Dr. Craig Kemp regarding technology and AI. And I think most of us enjoyed the metaphysics. You know metaphysics, right? It can be you singing, it can be you saying something, but actually it's not you, it's AI. Try metaphysics and you know, that's amazing. All right? And Dr. Ken, in your opinion, this is based on your wealth of experience, yeah? How would you envisage technology as the tool? Technology is a tool to bridge all gaps in education.
It's a good question. Thank you. For a long time, I've shared on stages like this and spoken to people, and I think that the mindset shift that we have to have as educators is that actually what happens after this is the most important part. So for the next 48 hours after any learning, what will you do with that learning to make it transformative? And I think it's the same with technology. I think we've given the suite of tools, products, data, all sorts of bits and pieces of stuff, and we get told, go and use it. But actually it's not impactful unless we spend time learning, playing, exploring. So to answer the question, I think it's very contextual, and I think it's very personalized. Will you take this tool and go use it to influence yourself and those around you? Will you go and influence others to change? I think that technology has the power to change everything that we do in this world, and we're already seeing it. You know, I showed you a couple of tiny snippets from the context of education, actually from the context of K-12 education. But when we look at the bigger picture of how technology is evolving, you know, even as a technology founder myself, you know, I'm having conversations that are uncomfortable for me about what AI will do to influence learners next month, next year, 10 years from now. And every conversation I have with people, I say, great, let's think in the future. In the past, future was 3 to 5 years. You know, let's create a strategy plan for how we use technology in our school. Pre-COVID, I'd go into a school and I'd say, right, let's get down to it. Let's learn about how you use technology and what you use. And let's develop a mid to long-term plan, 2, 3, 4 years of what you're going to do. There's no way I can go into a school now and expect to create a 3 to 5 year plan of how technology will be used, because within 3 months, our plan will be out the window. Now, I shared the slide on thousands of AI tools created in October alone. That's AI tools in K-12 education. All of this stuff is happening whether we like it or not. All of this stuff is happening that we don't even know about yet. You know, I like to use the example of Apple technology. Apple already know 2 iterations ahead of the phone that's just been released. They know what is coming. They know what is going to happen, but what they don't know is the little pieces that are going to make their tool better than anyone else. And that doesn't often happen until the last minute. You know, that's why we see things being released about iPhone 15 or iPhone 16 that's coming up, and then within weeks of a release, it's changed. And that's the nature of the world we live in. We have to be adaptable, we have to be flexible, but more importantly, we have to be open to the technology changing and influencing our change.
Thank you, Dr. Craig Cam. I think the point that Dr. Cam has mentioned is that now you have knowledge in technology, but you need to use the knowledge, strategize it according to the needs of your context. So there is, again, we reiterate the point, there's no one head fits all. Knowledge, strategy, and put it in context, and you will see the results. Right, Dr. Cam? Yeah. Okay, so we already got 1 round of questions for our panelists. More coming. If not, you won't have lunch. Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, now I know you all have been, quiet and a little passive because we are presenters in front. But you have the opportunities. Now, pair your questions, because in this session, you will have opportunities to ask questions. Prepare your questions, and we'll inform you when it is time for you to put forward the questions. Okay, so get ready with the questions. That's why I say you have to pay 100% attention and come up with great questions. Okay. we're going back to Madam Raki. Yeah, Madam Raki again. Yeah. You know that, ladies and gentlemen, the principal of a school is actually the CEO. It's equivalent to a CEO in a big organization because everything will be on your shoulder, right, Madam Raki? You see? All right. Now, we are looking at leadership in terms of governance, in terms of policy, in terms of administration, in terms of management. Now, based on your experience and your role as the CEO of your prestigious school, what do you think aspects that will really uplift the quality of your teachers and the quality of the education provided to your learners?
Thank you. Again, a very, very good question. I think you're being a little biased with me. Coming back to leadership and the dynamic state of education, I believe leadership in today's time is all about being relevant. It's very important to be updated, abreast with the times. So if you go to the grassroots level, the base group level, for me, the most important thing is what's happening into the classrooms. So as a leader, how do I know that teachers are getting real life experiences into the classroom? So we have a policy, there is a platform in place. So whenever, for example, the government releases budgets, so we ensure the economics teacher of my class is connecting the budgets which were released last evening to whatever she's teaching in the class. And she puts it up in the platform for the rest of the community to know. And it's like a pat on her back, so everybody's listening to her. Similarly, when we had the Ukraine war and macroeconomics is taught in the class, you don't have to have a textbook to teach because it's all happening outside. How do you get the relevance into the classroom? Teaching is a challenge. It's a challenge for me as a leader and a challenge for the teacher educator. So my efforts are invested in pushing these initiatives, investments, right? That is how I think being relevant is something which every leader should focus on. As far as the systems and policies are concerned, we have something called as a teacher performance index and a student performance index. That's the TPI and the SPI. We add up the two, give it certain weightage and rank up the institution, not for an outside world, for me to see if I was, at plan B yesterday, am I at plan A or am I at position A today? So when we give this kind of a TPI and SPI beginning of the year, those students who are coming to me as a teacher, I give them the student performance index handed over to the teacher. So these are your students at the grade 6. Now you need to put them up to grade 7 to this percent, and we tell them you give us a base rise of minimum 1%. The curriculum is difficult, it's challenging as the grades go high. So we're not very ambitious, but there has to be a change. So we have those systems and protocols in place. The data is key. I do a lot of data analysis. I've been sending my students for checkpoint exams year after year, the Cambridge exams. And I noted every year for the last 4 or 5 years, magnetism was a topic where my science scores were coming down. I relooked at the syllabus and got magnetism introduced at the lower grade. Maybe we not give it enough time for the students to understand the concept, and we could see visible data. So a lot of data analysis for the leadership team and a lot of incentives in terms of appraisals and praises for the teacher. But you have to have your criteria right. This is what I want in the class. How you do it, your problem. If you need help, I'm sitting over there, but I need it happening in the class. That's how I look at it.
Thank you, Madam Raki. I think we can see that the school leaders, all right, they are the central figure. The central figure and the nucleus of the school. They liaise with the policymakers. They have to deal with the parents. They have to deal with the teachers. They have to understand pedagogical landscape shifts and everything. So, ladies and gentlemen, remember, it's never, ever easy to be a school leader. So if you want to be a school leader, Madam Raki is always available before she flies off to Mumbai tonight. Get some great information and input from her. Thank you, Madam Raki. Dr. Tindang, we are back to Vietnam again. Yeah. Now, Dr. Tindang, from the perspective of your university, or looking from the Vietnamese perspective in general, what are the steps taken to future-proof the teachers? That means steps taken to ensure that teachers in the making in Vietnam or in your own institution are future-proof. That means they are going to be the future of Vietnamese education.
Thank you for the question. I think that this question is so huge. Maybe we can spend a couple of days to talk about this.
No, just 5 minutes. Okay.
Okay, so in 5 minutes, I can only say 2 words. Number 1, uncertainty. Number 2, flexibility. When we talk about the future, particularly with the developments of technology at the moment, we are not quite sure about what will happen in the next couple of years, for example. And our teachers training program takes 4 years. But then probably in the next 3-4 years, teachers will be replaced by robots. And then the whole career, the whole teaching career will be shifted. So we are not going to stay in class anymore, or many of the jobs in the class will be taken by technology, basically, for example. So that's why I talk about uncertainty. The next word that I would like, as I mentioned, is flexibility. That means the skills that we need for the teachers at the moment is very much with flexibility. It is their abilities to offer one effective pedagogy we also need to think about what the teachers should do for homeschooling, which is totally different from the traditional teaching in the classroom. In the future, we do not know whether in the class where there will be a machine teacher or a teaching assistant who is a robot. So it's a very much with the teachers to be able to deal with the changes in the future. So what I can imagine is that, of course, the nature of the teaching will not be changed. It is a lot about interaction between the teachers and the students. But who will be the teacher in the future? Is that teaching job will be totally done the teachers, like what we have today, done by the robot. And then some other teaching jobs will be done by the teachers, the human teachers. And the human teachers will be do the programming or modifications to the robot to ensure that the learning will become effective, for example. So the knowledge of technology and the abilities to be flexible, adaptable to the new changing environment of education will be very important for teachers. Of course, robot will not be able to replace teachers as I believe right now, but then I would say that most of the jobs in the future for teaching will be replaced by robots. We can see that for a very recent research on language education. Children, they learn the second language, which is Spanish. And what happens is that after 15 weeks, there has been no involvement of teachers at all. They just work with the applications. And they don't have a very strong motivation for learning that language. But then after 15 weeks, they can produce basic communications in Spanish quite fluently. That's amazing. And a lot of language teachers like me, we were very surprised with that. So I'm sure that in the future, the contributions of technology in teaching will be very influential. Thank you.
Wow. This is interesting. Yes, the future is definitely uncertain. Yes, we can't predict the future. However, we can always make plans and preparations for the future. So in education, Dr. Tindang has clearly mentioned and stated that we need to move with time. We need to embrace the change that's occurring, that will occur as we move on with time. So that's the interesting part where robots will work with teachers in the classroom. Something that we can think about. It is happening, but to what extent? Let's see what Dr. Ken has to mention about these, having robots in the classroom with teachers. So, Dr. Ken, this is very interesting question that we have kind of coined and to be put forward to you. Now, technology has always been used as one of the measuring tools to mark the differences between urban and rural, high achievers and low achievers. And based on your experience, how would you contextualize the steps that need to be taken to ensure that the playing field here is basically, metaphorically speaking, the teaching field is level, so that the gap between the haves and the have-nots should be bridged and should be really very thin.
I love the question. Let me first touch on a bit of a response around robots and future of education as well. And I think one of the clarifying comments that's really important is that when we talk about robots, we don't necessarily mean a robot that we would contextualize in our mind, right? A robot could be a machine. For me, learning a language, I'm learning Japanese. Duolingo is that machine that's helping me learn and understand the way I learn. In my classroom, the robot could be something that listens to me as a teacher and then reiterates that as a teaching assistant to support those around me. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's someone that's delivering worksheets, on a set of wheels. Our mindset of a robot often closes our understanding of what these machines of machine learning can do to influence. And like Dr. Tindang said, it's coming. We are going to use machines to take away those mundane tasks, planning, possibly assessment, reflection. A lot of things that we spend a lot of time on as teachers, we will use technology to save time. Now, I can go into that a little bit more as well, but thinking about that question between rural and urban and the difference, I want to use the case study of Singapore. Singapore's MOE, pre-COVID, actually announced an 8-year rollout plan. They said to Singapore, and this is probably a year before COVID, they said, we've got an 8-year plan to make sure that every student in every corner of our country in the secondary years has a device. No student will be left without access to technology. And they said, we're going to do it in 8 years. And Singaporeans said, 8 years? 8 years? How can we even think about what's going to happen in 8 years? And then there was a blessing in disguise. And it's hard to say that now, looking back at the things we went through, but COVID came along. And COVID forced the Singapore government to do something that I still think is world leading. They took that 8 years, and within 8 months, they had a device in the hands of every student. There was no student left behind. They transformed an 8-year plan into an 8-month plan, and actually 80% of students had devices within 1 month of being stuck at home. And that's pretty incredible. And yes, there are resources that's very resource dependent, but it goes to show that our governments, if they choose to, have the resources to support us. And I think one of the things as soon as you asked this question, the first thing that came to my mind was, in the world we live in today, and that's one case study, but actually still we have an inequitable access to devices problem. You can go down the road here and we will see kids with smartphones, but they'll come to school and they won't have lunch. I went to Cambodia, and I like to travel, and it's one of the main reasons I've been here in Asia for so long. And I went to Cambodia, and I don't like to do the typical Western tourist stuff. I don't want to go in a bus to a hotel, like a museum. I want to go off the beaten track, and I want to see how the locals live. I don't want to see this photo of how you want me to perceive locals to live. I want to be there. And one of the things I always do is I try to go to a local village and engage with locals on the ground doing this. So take me to your school. I don't want to see your best school. I want to see your school. And I went into the school and they said, oh, you're going to be disappointed because there's no technology. We don't have access to Wi-Fi. The students don't have devices. And I said, okay, we'll see. And I walked into this village, extremely poor. The poorest of poor, yet every kid had a smartphone. Every single kid had a smartphone. And to me, and I've got a friend that lives in Kenya actually, and he reiterated this very similar story. We prioritize resources based on the wants and needs of things we have. So when I think about the difference between rural and urban, I think our governments have a huge role to play in breaking down barriers that have access to technology. And if there's people in this room who are decision makers, or people in this room who have access to decision makers, I would love to chat to them. I would love to talk to them about the importance of investing in our people. And that's not just you, it's the students that we work with, because technology is going to be something that is a must-have. It's not going to be a nice-to-have. And we've got cases of kids having smartphones, yet going to a school and learning with paper and pencil, or a chalkboard. We need to embrace the technology that our students have, the resources that we already have, but then future focus on making sure that we invest in the right spaces. So weaving all of that together, I think we've got a lot to look out to, but a lot that we can do for ourselves and our communities as well.
Thank you, Dr. Ken. I think the appeal, the message is an appeal. Dr. Kem's message is an appeal to all policymakers and decision makers out there. You need to assist for us to bridge the gap. And we are always ready. As practitioners, we will always be ready to bridge the gap. Right? We will be there. But we need assistance from the policymakers and the decision makers and the people out there. That's our appeal. Well, thank you very much. We have heard from our three panelists. Yeah. Now we're going to open this session to questions from the floor. Now, one person is only educated one question. All right? One question. And please mention your name and your affiliation, and then ask your question. Will that be fine? So Mr. Neil is there, ready with the microphone. Can we see the first question, the first hand? Yeah. Anyone? Can you just stand? Yeah. The first question. Oh, by the director of this campus. Okay. Get ready to the second question. Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. I think I'll just start the ball rolling because I'm sure you, you need some precision to pose questions, so I'll start the ball rolling. Okay, before I pose my question, I would like to welcome and introduce our Deputy Rector of Institute Pendidikan Guru Malaysia, Institute of Teacher Education Malaysia, who is here to represent the Rector of Institute of Teacher Education Malaysia. So thank you very much, Dr. Maslan, for joining us. Right, to my question. Before that, thank you very much, panel speakers, for sharing with us your experiences based on your country's context. I have a question, and this question is for Mr. Craig. Craig, we in the Institute of Teacher Education Tun Abdul Razak campus, we have been given the responsibility to set up a lab. We call the lab translated, it's Guru Futuristic Malaysia, so Futuristic Teachers of Malaysia. So this will be the first ever lab, and they're going to set it up in this campus, and Dr. Maslan is taking the lead actually. So we're in the process of planning and doing the budgeting. Now, based on your experience, your vast experience, which areas would you recommend for us to prioritize on? Because we do not want to spend so much money over something which is state of the art, and to know that 8 months later, the money, the investment has gone to waste. So which areas, Craig, would you think would be the areas that we should be prioritizing on to make sure that we optimize it? Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, thank you. Very good question. It's exciting to hear that there's some investment in this as well. And I think my first piece of advice is listen to your people. Don't listen to big companies who promise big things. I think we buy into it, and we were having this conversation before about VR, virtual reality, and big promises. But big promises come with big money. And actually, the examples of VR, virtual reality, that I showed you before, the expense was a user's smartphone that they already own, $0, and a Google Cardboard, 50 cents. The same impact as spending $2,000 on a proper VR headset. So I guess what I'm saying is that in this world that we live in the constant change, I think understanding your community and your context and their needs is number one. I think looking at global contexts and global trends, looking at things like AI, I think VR, AR, augmented reality, which can be very cheap and very easy to access. I think partnering with people that can build context-specific tools, and I'm happy to talk more about this afterwards as well, but partnering with people that have the technical knowledge and pairing that with the institutional knowledge and the educational knowledge is really important, because all of the technology that we have, everything, is run by business people. You know, companies are there to make money, and they will happily take your money, and they will not support you in making this customizable for your people. And I think before we get to the resources, we need to understand the why. You know, why build this lab? Yes, the money's there, the resources are available. I think what are the focus points in terms of how does this integrate into the curriculum? What are we teaching our teachers? You know, what are the focus areas that are going into schools? And then the reality of the schools that they go into. There's no point here teaching teachers how to use expensive VR headsets when they go into schools, and schools don't even have desktop computers. So that fine line, I think, between reality and possibility is really challenging. I've talked around the subject. My answer to you would be two things. One would be data. Look at data and use data. When you say, I say data, you say data, maybe. Big data. What are the numbers telling you? You know, what are the people saying to you? But more importantly, what access to that and what analysis can you do from that? And the second piece would be to ignore buzzwords, ignore mega trends, ignore AI, ignore VR, ignore wearable technology, and look in the schools that you serve. And think, how can this space not just inspire these people, but how can the space be used to inspire everyone else as well? So I would think of it more as a resource for all, rather than a resource for you.
Thank you. I think clearly it is idealism versus realism. That's one point. And the second point is functionality. So having those two aspects in our thoughts and coming up with the investment, I think, inshallah, God willing, it will be a success.
One more thing I just want to add to it. Sorry. One more thing is invest more of your time and money into human resources than any other resource. Have coaches in place and people in place that can support the learning that needs to happen. Because people will have access to technology, but without the learning side, it's going to be nothing. And in 6 months' time, it's gone. So I can share a little bit more later about like a coaching model that can inspire and encourage internal people to become coaches, where this can be transformed across the school as well.
Good. I think in education, the right person for the right job. So, Dr. Tindang, you want to respond to?
Yeah, it's not a response, it's just a sharing, because we got the same question before. It happened around 5 years ago in our university. We said, so what should we do the investment for this? We got a lot of debate and discussions going on, and finally, what we have done so far is focus on capacity building. It's not about technologies, it's nothing, it's about capacity. So for example, in our university at the moment, it doesn't matter which program the students take, every student must take at least one programming course, which is Python. So whether they are in mechanical engineering, they are in history, teacher training, they are in language education, whatever, everyone must be able to have the capacities to make the technology work for themselves. So, because what we have been doing so far is when we use the technologies or the applications from some other investors, what happens is we cannot have the ownership of that. when we do not have the ownership of that, we're not going to be able to modify it and make changes to make sure that it goes for our own context. We know that we are all learning about, for example, student-centered teaching approach. But then each of us, we are doing it differently in our context. We're not going to do exactly the same way. So whatever technologies that we have, we need to be able to control it. And that we need to own it, own that technology. And that's how we can make our teaching practices a lot more effective.
Thank you. Yeah. Another question? No? That means we have a very, oh, there is one. Yeah. Name and affiliation, please.
A very good morning to everyone. I'm quite nervous. I'm a preschool teacher. My name is Shirin. I'm from iCERI2023. I think my question is quite general. Since I'm teaching preschool and you did mention that we should embrace the technology, so I want to know, how do we integrate AI in our lesson for kids between the age of 5 and 6 with the lack of technological tools in our school? Thank you.
That's a very interesting question. Kids 5 to 6, we don't have enough resources, but we still want to embrace technology in our teaching and learning. So, Dr. Cam, that's yours. Yeah.
First of all, it takes a lot of guts to stand up and ask a question in front of your peers. And often that's why in these sorts of, I think we need to give a round of applause as well. Often that's why in these sorts of scenarios, there's no questions. We actually all have a lot of questions, but it takes a lot to stand up and do that. And I think the important contextual thing there before I answer your question is, what do we do with our kids? You know, do we do the same thing with our kids? How do we encourage that type of conversation and discussion with our learners? My answer is going to be a little bit generic. My response is actually, I think AI is best placed in your hands. It's at this stage. I think an understanding is really important, but the benefit right now is for you. How can you use AI so that you can save time planning, so that you can invest more human resources in your learners? That would be my response. Is, as a learner, as a teacher, you need more time with your kids than anything else. Yeah, particularly 5 and 6 year olds. I've got a 5-year-old. I know this year for her is she's learning all the things, learning how to read, learning how to write, and it's this massive language acquisition time for her. She's in 1 month, she's learned all of these things about letters and sounds, and AI is going to help this space. Is it going to be helpful for you tomorrow? My answer is probably no. However, if you can become confident in understanding how AI can be beneficial to you, you can better serve the kids in your classroom. And I know it's probably not the answer you want, and if you probably want, I want this tool or I want this piece, but actually, I think what you'll find is being confident in yourself and being able to use that will allow you to do more. And I know that you've probably got a few things to add.
Okay, I'll tell you what I do in my school if that really helps. We restrict the use of technology. So we ensure that my lesson plan only has a 30% use of technology, number one. Number two, we do a lot of differentiation. Now, over the years, we've realized we get a lot of hyperactive students, autistic students, and we follow an inclusive policy. So the attention span of these students, maximum would be 15 minutes, and the teacher's class timings are 30 minutes. So what we do is, after 15 minutes when the child gets active, we move the children to another zone, which is not necessarily a secluded corner, just outside the school, and we play videos, or we try to, distract the child so that his energies and his, all his energies get invested into watching that technology. Secondly, I guide my parents. This is the age of curiosity. Students have 100 questions. Parents are working to run the fuel of the family. They're doing that. So where does a mother have all the energies to answer the stupidest question? Why is this color orange and not red? So I tell parents, I take them in a corner and say, use technology to answer those questions. When you are, doing a roti in the kitchen, ask ChatGPT. Why is the color orange and not red? Have those answers and, call the child, I reflected on what you asked and I think this is the answer. So these are some practical tips I give by there.
And I think jumping on the back of that, just something that came to my mind was your best use is taking that example and teaching your parents the importance of this, as well as in front of your students, like you said, if they have a question, making sure that they know that you don't know the answer to everything, because it's really good, and I can't remember his name, Facebook influencer, YouTube influencer, that him and his son walk everywhere and he records himself talking all the time. And his son asks him ridiculous questions, like, Dad, why don't goats bark? All these crazy things that our kids have. And I talked about Ken Robinson, how our schools kill creativity. And the dad answers everything within a split second with an answer that's not real. But his son always goes, oh, really? And he's like, yep, and it just stops the conversation. But the whole concept here is, what if one of your kids, and I know exactly the types of questions they're going to ask you, because my daughter asks these things every day, and I go, where did that come from? What if you had ChatGPT open and you said, I don't know, but let's ask, the world, let's figure it out. And ChatGPT is a computer or a robot that can help us. It can help us find answers, and it might not be correct, but it might help that discussion or that dialogue. So I love the concept that you shared. Absolutely.
I think, your question is answered, right? But not to worry, you still have time during lunchtime. Because using technology in education is not an end. Always remember, as educationists, technology is just a tool. Technology is our servant. We are the masters. So it is a means to an end, but not the end. Yeah? All right. So I think we have come to the end of our forum. We still have a few minutes. Basically, what we have shared today in this forum, from the leadership perspective, school leaders are basically the core, the nucleus of the school. Right from the administration, management, pedagogy, and also the well-being of our students. So, school leaders chart the direction and the pathways of the institution. So one big round of applause to the school leader, Madam Rati. And then, from the pedagogical perspective, we can see that Dr. Tindang has mentioned, whatever we try in pedagogy, it has to be justified with empirical data. If you think that it has not been tested, tried, and justified, then you better reserve your application and utilization. But remember, there is never a perfect pedagogy. It's always changing. And from the technological perspective, Dr. Cam has mentioned, technology is here to stay. Whatever it is, technology is the future, but it's not everything. As educationists, you are still the master of the technology, and it will always be your servant, right, Dr. Ken? Never your master. So with that, not to worry. If you have queries, you have issues, remember, in my address yesterday, you'll never walk alone as an educationist. We all work together. We are all in it together in education, and we'll be together forever in education. So please seek assistance seek advice, seek support, and get success in your endeavors. Yeah? So just 1 minute to every speaker. Advice. Okay. Madam Raki, just less than 1 minute, give an advice to all of them.
It's really not fair. You're asking a principal to talk for less than 1 minute. My advice, what I personally follow your heart. Keep that fire and passion alive in you, and I think the rest will all happen. It will all be in place.
My very simple advice is that teaching is personalized. It is who you are as a teacher. You cannot copy anything from the others. So be proud of who you are and be proud of the way that you teach. If you see the success of your students, you are successful.
Thank you. So 1 minute from Dr. Tam.
I'll use 12 seconds. 3 things. One is collaboration and communication is critical. And then the other piece is try new things, take risks, and make mistakes.
Thank you. So a big thank you to all the 3 panelists, and wish you all the best. Have a safe journey, safe flight home, because this is the last academic input. This afternoon in the closing, this is a final academic input. Thank you very much, and have a pleasant trip home.
Our charming moderator and panel speakers, please remain seated, and I would like to invite our Madam Director and Dr. Mazlan bin Aris, Deputy Rector of Innovation Center. And we would like to welcome as well our Deputy Director, Dr. Nuraini binti Omar, to come on stage for a photo session.
One, two, three, four. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished guests. So with that, we have reached the end of the forum. I hope that it is as eye-opening to you as it has to me. So ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite all of you to have your lunch break. And we will see you later on by 2 p.m. for our closing ceremony. And please